Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Deep in the heart of Moria, where ancient dwarven forges lay cold and silent, the Balrog of Morgoth stirred in its ageless slumber. For millennia, it had dwelt in these lightless depths, a being of shadow and flame, whose very presence had transformed the once great kingdom of Moria into a tomb of darkness. But now, for the first time since the dwarves had fled these halls, the demon of the ancient world felt something it had never known before: weakness. Its inner fire, the eternal flame that had burned since the first age of the world, was flickering. Each pulse of its molten heart grew fainter, like a star dying in the vast emptiness of night. The Balrog's wings of shadow stretched across the great cavern as it rose from its lair, searching for anything that might rekindle its fading strength. It was in this moment of vulnerability that Gandalf the Grey entered Moria's realm. The wizard had sensed something amiss the moment he crossed the threshold of the doors of Durin. The darkness here was different, not the oppressive weight of evil he had expected, but something more akin to the last gasps of a dying flame. The fellowship trailed behind him, unaware of the subtle changes in the air, the way the shadows seemed to reach out with almost desperate fingers. But Gandalf knew. He could feel it in the ancient stones beneath his feet, in the whispers of power that echoed through the empty halls. The Balrog was weakening, and in its weakness, it had become more dangerous than ever. As they traversed the long dark of Moria, Gandalf's mind wandered to ancient memories, to a time before the corruption of Morgoth, when the Balrogs were still mire of fire, servants of all the smith. He remembered their radiance, their purpose in kindling the secret fire of creation. What remained of that original essence in the creature that now haunted these halls? The Balrog sensed Gandalf's presence like a moth drawn to flame. Here was power ancient and pure, untainted by the shadow. Perhaps here was the fuel it needed to sustain its dying fire. Its roar echoed through the chambers of Moria, but this time it was not a sound of pure menace. There was something else in it, a note of desperation, of need. Their confrontation came not in the great halls or upon the bridge of Moria, but in a forgotten forge chamber deep within the mountain. The Balrog's form was massive, but its flames burned low, more ember than inferno. Gandalf stood before it, staff raised, but he hesitated as he saw the true nature of his ancient foe's condition. "You are fading," Gandalf spoke in the ancient tongue of the Ainur, his voice carrying both power and compassion. "The flame of Udden grows weak within you." The Balrog's response came not in words, but in a surge of weakening fire. Its attack was fierce but uncoordinated, born of desperation rather than malice. Each clash between Glamdring and the Balrog's blade of flame revealed more of the truth. The creature was not fighting for dominion or destruction, but for survival. As they battled through the ancient halls, something extraordinary began to happen. The light from Gandalf's staff and the Balrog's diminishing flame started to resonate, creating patterns of power that hadn't been seen since the forging of the world. With each exchange, the energies between them grew more synchronized, more harmonious. Gandalf began to understand. The Balrog's weakness and his own power were not opposing forces but complementary energies. The secret fire he served and the shadow flame of the Balrog were two sides of the same primordial force. In their conflict, they were actually sustaining each other his light, feeding the Balrog's flame, while the demon's ancient power added depth and strength to his own. The realization struck both beings simultaneously. Their battle transformed from a clash of enemies to a dance of power. The Balrog's flames grew steadier, no longer consuming but illuminating. Gandalf's light became richer, deeper, enhanced by the ancient fire it had once sought to extinguish. Around them, the very fabric of Moria began to change. The long dark forges sparked to life, not with the corrupted fire of Morgoth, but with a new flame that combined the purity of the secret fire with the primal strength of the Balrog's essence. The shadows retreated, but did not vanish entirely. Instead, they danced with the light, creating a balance that had never existed in these halls before. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, Gandalf and the Balrog existed in perfect equilibrium. The wizard glimpsed what his ancient foe had once been: a spirit of creative fire, a kindler of stars and forger of worlds. The Balrog, in turn, remembered its original purpose before the corruption of Morgoth had twisted its flame into an instrument of destruction. But such harmony could not last in the current age of the world. The approaching footsteps of the Fellowship broke the spell, reminding both beings of their appointed roles in the great tale of Middle-earth. Yet something had fundamentally changed. The Balrog's flame now burned with renewed purpose, tempered by the wisdom of ages. Gandalf's power had deepened, enriched by his understanding of the primal forces he had always opposed. They parted not as enemies vanquished or victorious, but as ancient beings who had rediscovered a truth long forgotten, that light and shadow, creation and destruction, were never meant to exist in isolation. The Balrog returned to its depths, its flame now steady and controlled, while Gandalf led his companions forward with a new understanding of the deep magics that shaped their world. The halls of Moria would remain a place of shadow, but now there was something else there too: a hint of balance, a reminder that even in the darkest places, the potential for harmony between opposing forces remained. And in the ages that followed, those who passed through these ancient halls would sometimes catch glimpses of a strange light in the deep places, neither the pure radiance of the elves nor the corrupted flame of Morgoth, but something in between, a testament to the day when the most unlikely of allies found strength in their shared essence. The tale of the fading Balrog and the wise wizard became a whispered legend among the secret keepers of Middle-earth, a reminder that sometimes the greatest transformations come not from victory or defeat, but from understanding and balance. And in the deep places of the world, the echoes of their dance of power continued to resonate, a harmony of light and shadow that would endure until the ending of the age. Story 2. In the bottomless depths beneath Moria, where time itself loses meaning, two ancient beings fell through the void. Their descent transcended mere physical space. Each passing moment stretched into eternity, each second expanded into ages of the world. Gandalf the Grey, bearer of Narya and guardian of Middle-earth, found himself caught in an endless plummet alongside his age-old adversary, the Balrog of Morgoth, last of the fire demons of the elder days. The darkness around them pulsed with memories. As they fell, locked in their death grip, the very fabric of reality began to tear. The Balrog's flames cast writhing shadows on walls that existed beyond space, while Gandalf's staff emanated a light that pierced through the veils of time. Their battle had breached something fundamental in the architecture of Arda itself. Suddenly, the darkness gave way to light, but not the light of any sun or star known to Middle-earth. They were falling through the music of the Ainur, the very song that had shaped the world. The Balrog's roar of fury transformed into a haunting melody, while Gandalf's words of power merged with the harmonies of creation. Around them, reality shifted and flowed like liquid silver. In this timeless realm, memories took physical form. They witnessed themselves as they once were, the Balrog, once known as Lungerthin, the Radiant, a noble spirit of fire who had danced in the flames of creation. And Gandalf, then called Olrin, a being of wisdom who had walked in the gardens of Ermo. Their past selves moved through the cosmic dance of the Aenir, their voices weaving threads of possibility into the tapestry of existence. Then came the discord Melkor's rebellion, tearing through the perfect harmony. They watched as Lungerthin was seduced by promises of greater power. His bright flame twisted into shadow and rage. They saw Olrin's grief as he watched his brother fall, choosing to remain faithful to Ilúvatar's vision. The memory forms blurred and shifted, showing countless battles through the ages. The War of Wrath, the breaking of Thangorodrim, the long darkness in Moria's depths. As they continued their endless fall, Gandalf began to understand. Each clash between Maya and Balrog was more than mere combat. It was a renewal of the original music, a harmony and discord that helped maintain the very structure of Arda. Their battle was a foundational thread in the world's fabric, a necessary tension that kept reality from unraveling. The Balrog, too, seemed to grasp this truth. Its flames dimmed from violent crimson to a deeper, more contemplative amber. In the space between moments, ancient memories stirred in its corrupted spirit. It remembered the joy of creation, the pure pleasure of bringing light and warmth to the void. For a brief instant, Lungerthin's consciousness flickered in those eyes of flame. Through their joined consciousness, they began to see beyond their own story. Every battle ever fought in Middle-earth resonated with echoes of their eternal dance. The clash of good and evil, light and shadow, order and chaos, all of it traced back to this primordial conflict, this essential duality woven into creation's core. But with understanding came choice. If their conflict was truly fundamental to the world's structure, what would happen if they chose to break the pattern? What new song might arise from harmony where discord had always ruled? Gandalf's staff, burning with the secret fire, touched the Balrog's sword of flame. But this time, instead of clash and repulsion, the energies merged. Light and shadow began to dance together, creating patterns of impossible beauty in the void. The Balrog's ancient memories of grace merged with Gandalf's wisdom, forming something entirely new. The very walls of reality trembled. Above them, in the physical realm of Middle-earth, mountains shook and valleys quaked. In Lothal Reen, Galadriel paused by her mirror, sensing a fundamental shift in the world's deeper rhythms. In Rivendell, Elrond lifted his eyes from ancient texts, feeling the change in the songs of power that sustained the last homely house. As their energies continued to merge, Gandalf and the Balrog began to see visions of possible futures. They saw Middle-earth as it might be if they maintained their eternal conflict, an age of recurring battles, necessary perhaps, but bound by old patterns. But they also glimpsed other possibilities, futures where light and shadow learned to dance together, where the rigid divisions of good and evil gave way to something more complex and true. The choice lay before them, heavy with consequence. They could return to their assigned roles, maintaining the familiar structure of reality through their endless battle. Or they could risk everything, perhaps even existence itself, to forge a new path. In that moment of decision, something extraordinary happened. The Balrog's flames, instead of consuming, began to illuminate. Gandalf's light, instead of banishing shadows, learned to embrace them. Their combined power created a new kind of music, one that had never been heard in all the ages of Arda, a harmony of opposites, a song of reconciliation. reality shuddered and reformed around them. The void transformed, becoming neither the absolute darkness of Moria's depths nor the pure light of Valinor, but something in between, a twilight realm where both shadow and light could exist in balance. Their fall finally ended, not in destruction, but in transformation. When they emerged back into Middle-earth, they were changed. The Balrog was no longer solely a creature of shadow and flame, but bore within its fire a spark of the original light of creation. Gandalf's power had deepened, his wisdom now encompassing not just the paths of light, but the necessary role of darkness in the world's great song. They arose from the depths of Moria not as enemies, but as living emblems of a new possibility, proof that even the most ancient of conflicts could give way to new harmonies. Their story became a whispered legend among the wise, a tale of how the deepest truth of creation lay not in eternal opposition, but in the endless dance of complementary forces. And in the halls of Mandos, where the fate of all things is woven, the tapestry of destiny shifted and changed, incorporating this new thread of possibility into its eternal design. The music of Arda grew richer for their choice, encompassing now not just the stark divisions of light and shadow, but all the infinite shades between. Story 3, in the deepest chamber of Moria, where even the memories of the dwarves had faded to whispers, stood an artifact of impossible age. The Mirror of Durin's Wake. They had called it a great arch of mithril and stone that had remained untouched since the First Age. Its surface rippled like water in starlight, though no light had touched these depths for millennia. It was before this ancient relic that Gandalf the Grey found himself facing the Balrog of Morgoth, their battle having driven them far from the bridge of Moria. The chamber pulsed with the energy of their conflict, Gandalf's staff blazing with the light of the secret fire, the Balrog's form wreathed in shadow and flame. Their powers clashed in a deadly dance, each strike sending cascades of energy against the chamber's ancient walls. But neither noticed how the mirror's surface began to shift and swirl with each resonating blast, its silvery face growing ever more turbulent. It was a single moment that changed everything, a simultaneous strike of Glamdring and the Balrog's fiery blade. The impact sent both combatants crashing against the mirror's surface. Instead of shattering, the ancient artifact absorbed them, pulling them through its mercurial depths into a reality that should not have existed. When Gandalf's consciousness returned, he found himself encased in shadow and flame. His form burned with an internal fire that spoke of corruption and ancient malice. Gone was the familiar weight of his staff, replaced by a whip of shadow that responded to his darkest thoughts. He had become what he had fought against, a Balrog, a fallen Maya corrupted by Morgoth's influence. Across the chamber, a figure rose from the ground, tall and noble, clad in robes of pure white that seemed to emanate their own inner light. The Balrog, transformed through the mirror's power, had taken on Gandalf's original form as Olrin, the wise one who had walked in the gardens of Urmo. Its eyes, once pits of flame, now held the wisdom of ages and the untainted light of Valinor. The Mirror of Durin's Wake had done more than simply swap their forms. It had transformed the very essence of their beings. Each now experienced the other's nature, their memories, their burdens, and their powers. Gandalf felt the weight of centuries spent in darkness, the burning corruption of Morgoth's influence, the rage and pain that had driven the Balrog for ages uncounted. The transformed Balrog, in turn, knew the responsibility of guardianship, the love for Middle-earth and its peoples, the constant struggle to guide rather than command. In this reversed reality, the architecture of Moria itself had changed. The great halls were not places of darkness and fear, but shone with an inner light that spoke of the dwarfs' greatest achievements. The shadows here were gentle things, adding depth and beauty to the stone rather than threatening to consume it. Yet in the highest chambers where light should have reigned, darkness festered like a wound in the world. Both beings found themselves drawn to the paths they had once opposed. Gandalf, bearing the burden of shadow and flame, felt an irresistible pull toward the deepest pits, where the darkness promised something akin to peace. The transformed Balrog, filled with the light of wisdom, sought to ascend toward the upper halls where it might guard and guide. Yet as they moved through this mirrored version of Moria, each began to understand truths that had eluded them in their original forms. Gandalf, experiencing the Balrog's corrupted nature firsthand, discovered that even in the deepest shadow, a spark of the original fire of creation remained twisted and pained, but not entirely lost. The Balrog, walking in the path of wisdom, realized that its age-old rage had been not just destruction for its own sake, but a corrupted expression of its original purpose as a spirit of divine fire. Their paths crossed again in a great hall where reality itself seemed to waver, the boundary between their original world and this mirrored one growing thin. The transformed Balrog raised Gandalf's staff, not in threat, but in recognition. Gandalf, still wreathed in shadow and flame, felt his borrowed form respond not with rage, but with remembrance. The two began to move in a different kind of dance, not the deadly combat of before, but a weaving of energies that spoke to their shared origins as mire. Shadow and light intertwined, neither seeking to overcome the other, but rather to understand. In their switched forms, they found perspectives that would have been impossible in their original states. The mirror of Durin's wake began to pulse with power once more, its surface reflecting not just light and shadow, but the very truth of their beings. Both Gandalf and the Balrog saw clearly now they were not merely opponents, but reflections of possibility, examples of how similar beings could walk such different paths. As the mirror's power reached its peak, reality began to shift once more. But before they returned to their original forms, both beings grasped essential truths that would forever change them. Gandalf understood that even the most corrupted being retained a spark of its original purpose, while the Balrog remembered that its fire was meant not for destruction, but for creation and transformation. When they emerged back into their own reality, their battle resumed, for it had to, as they each had their parts to play in the great tale of Middle-earth. Yet it was different now. Gandalf fought not just with power, but with understanding, each strike of Glamdring aimed not to destroy, but to perhaps, one day, redeem. The Balrog's flames burned with a new awareness, its ancient rage now tinged with the memory of what it had once been. The depths of Moria would remember this battle differently than others, not just as a clash between light and shadow, but as a moment when understanding bridged the gulf between corruption and redemption. The mirror of Durin's wake stood silent once more, its surface still save for the occasional ripple, waiting for the next souls who needed to see themselves through their enemies' eyes. And in the ages that followed, those who passed through the deep places of the world would sometimes catch echoes of that strange battle moments when light and shadow met not in combat, but in recognition. When ancient enemies discovered that understanding could be found in the most unlikely of reflections. Story 4. The halls of Moria held many secrets, but none so terrible as the cycle that bound two of the most ancient beings in Middle-earth. Every 1,000 years, as regular as the turning of the seasons, Gandalf and the Balrog would manifest in the great dwarven realm, drawn by powers beyond their control to perform their eternal dance of battle. 999 times they had fought, and 999 times their conflict had ended in stalemate, each combat preserving the delicate balance between light and shadow. Now, as the 1,000th cycle approached, something had changed. Deep in the darkness of Moria, The Balrog stirred from its regenerative slumber, but this time memories flickered through its consciousness like dying embers, memories that should have been purged by the cycle's magic. It remembered not just the battles, but the moments between strikes, the hesitation in Gandalf's eyes, the words spoken in languages long forgotten by the mortal world. Miles above, in the golden woods of Lothlorien, Gandalf the Grey sat beneath the Malorn trees, his ancient eyes troubled. The Lady Galadriel had sensed his disquiet, the way his thoughts kept turning to the depths of Moria and the approaching confrontation. For the first time in 1,000 cycles, he too remembered fragments of battles past, echoes of words exchanged with his eternal adversary, the way the Balrog's flames had sometimes flickered with something almost like recognition. The cycle weakens, Galadriel spoke, her voice carrying the weight of ages. What was meant to contain may soon fail to hold. Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff. Then this 1,000th battle may be different from all others. The time came, as it always did. Gandalf found himself drawn to Moria, his feet carrying him along paths worn smooth by countless repetitions of this same journey. But this time, he was conscious of every step, aware of how the very stones seemed to pulse with accumulated power from 999 battles past. The Balrog emerged from the depths not with its usual roar of mindless rage, but with a deliberate slowness that spoke of newfound awareness. Its flames cast shadows that danced with purpose, forming patterns that told stories of ancient days when it had been something else, something uncorrupted by darkness. They met in the chamber of Mizarble, where the remains of Balin's failed colony still lay scattered. The Balrog's fire illuminated the chamber differently now, casting light on ancient dwarven runes that spoke not of mining or craft, but of a prophecy long forgotten. When the 1,000th dance begins, the dancers shall remember, and in remembrance lies the key to either eternal bondage or final freedom. The battle began as it always had, Glamdring meeting Flameblade, Shadow Whip clashing against Staff of Power. But with each exchange, more memories surfaced. They remembered their first meeting, not in Moria, but in the courts of Valinor, when the Balrog had been Narukr, a noble spirit of fire, and Gandalf had been Olrin, youngest of the Mire of Urmo. Their combat took them through familiar paths, the bridge of Moria, the endless stairs, the deepest mines. But this time, each location triggered more remembrance. They saw themselves fighting these same battles throughout the ages, watched as the very fabric of Arda was strengthened by their eternal conflict. In a moment of clarity, between the clash of sword and flame, Gandalf understood. Their cycle of battle was no punishment, but a ritual of preservation. Each combat reinforced the barriers between the worlds, prevented the seepage of ancient evils back into Middle-earth. They were not enemies but unwitting partners in an age-old prayer of protection, their repeated battles forming a living seal upon the doors of night. The Balrog, too, seemed to grasp this truth. Its flames dimmed from rage red to a more contemplative amber, the color they had been in the days before Morgoth's corruption. For the first time in all their battles, it spoke, its voice a sound of crackling embers forming words in the ancient tongue of the Ainur. We remember, guardian of the fire, we remember, keeper of the flame. Gandalf responded, lowering Glamdring slightly. But remembrance brought danger as well as understanding. As their awareness grew, the power of the cycle began to fade. The chamber around them trembled, reality itself threatening to unravel as the ancient magics that had bound them began to fail. They felt it then, the stirring of things in the deep places of the world, ancient evils sensing weakness in the barriers that had contained them for so long. Their cycle of battle had been more than mere combat. It had been a key turning in an eternal lock, keeping horrors at bay through their endless dance of power. Now they faced a choice. They could break the cycle completely, free themselves from this eternal conflict, but in doing so risk the unleashing of evils far worse than either of them. Or they could choose to continue their dance, but this time with full awareness of its purpose and meaning. The Balrog's flames flickered with something almost like sadness. Gandalf's eyes held a similar weight of understanding. Without words, they made their choice. Their combat resumed, but it was different now, no longer a battle between enemies, but a dance between partners, each move precisely calculated to strengthen the barriers between worlds. As they fought, they wove new enchantments into the old. Their awareness would remain this time, the forgetting spell broken forever. Each future battle would be fought with purpose and understanding, their eternal dance transformed from mindless conflict to conscious guardianship. The thousandth cycle ended not with victory or defeat, but with transformation. The Balrog returned to its depths, its flames now burning with protective purpose rather than destructive rage. Gandalf emerged from Moria changed as well, bearing not just the burden of guardianship, but the knowledge that even his greatest enemy was also his most important ally. And in the deep places of Moria, new runes appeared on ancient walls, telling of two great powers who chose to continue their eternal dance, not from compulsion, but from choice guardians of a secret so terrible that only their endless combat could keep it at bay. The cycle would continue, but now it was a cycle of purpose, of conscious sacrifice, of chosen duty. For in the end, they had discovered that their true enemy was not each other, but the chaos that their battle held at bay. And so they would dance their thousandth dance again and again, guardians of a truth too dangerous to be forgotten, too important to be ignored. Story 5. In the deepest heart of Moria, where even the memories of the dwarves had faded to whispers, Gandalf the Grey stood before an ancient truth that would shake the foundations of Middle-earth. The Balrog of Morgoth, terror of the ancient world, rose before him like a mountain of shadow and flame. But in its burning eyes, Gandalf saw something that none had witnessed in countless ages, a flickering remnant of the light of Valinor, preserved like a sealed memory in the demon's corrupted heart. The Fellowship had fled upward, their footsteps echoing through the abandoned halls, but Gandalf remained, his keen eyes perceiving layers of truth in the Balrog's flames. Each tongue of fire that licked the air carried within it fragments of knowledge from the elder days, secrets of creation preserved in the very essence of this fallen Maya. "You were in Wrecker once," Gandalf spoke in the ancient tongue of the Ainur, his voice carrying power that made the very stones of Moria resonate. Bearer of the sacred flame, keeper of the mysteries of all, the Balrog's roar shook the pillared hall, but beneath its rage there was a note of recognition. Its flames shifted color momentarily, from angry crimson to a deeper, more ancient gold, the color of the forges of all in the time before time. Through the haze of battle heat, Gandalf began to understand. The corruption of Morgoth had not completely destroyed what this being once was. Instead, it had sealed away its ancient knowledge, preserving it even as it twisted the Maya's form and purpose. Within the Balrog's flame-wreathed form lay sealed memories of Valinor, of the music of the Ainur, of secrets that could either save or destroy the world of men. Their battle began not with violence, but with a clash of wills. Gandalf's staff glowed with the secret fire, reaching out to touch the ancient memories locked within the Balrog's corrupted flame. Each connection sent cascades of visions through both beings, glimpses of the forging of the world, of knowledge so precious it had been deliberately sealed away within this unlikely vessel. The Balrog's whip of fire cracked against the stone, but its attack seemed almost half-hearted now, as if it too was lost in the memories being awakened. Images of the two trees in their full glory, of the first kindling of the stars, of secrets spoken in the halls of Ilvatar himself, all these were preserved within its burning heart. "The choice lies before us," Gandalf spoke again, Glamdring glowing with an inner light that matched the flame of his staff. "To destroy you would be to lose forever the knowledge you contain. To spare you risks unleashing darkness upon the world. Yet there may be another way." The chamber around them had become a maelstrom of shadow and light, each force seeking dominance, yet finding only stalemate. The Balrog's flames had taken on a pattern now, burning in sequences that Gandalf recognized as the ancient language of power equations of creation, formulas of unmaking, secrets that had been hidden away since the breaking of the world. Their combat took them across the great bridge of Moria, but each blow exchanged was now part of a larger pattern. Gandalf was not simply fighting. He was reading, decoding, understanding. The Balrog's every movement was a word, every burst of flame a sentence in a book written in fire and shadow. "I begin to see," Gandalf murmured, as Glamdring met the Balrog's blade of flame. "You are not corrupted by chance. You are chosen, transformed into a living vault, carrying knowledge too dangerous to be preserved in any other way." The Balrog's next roar held notes of pain and recognition. Its flames burned brighter, and in their light, Gandalf saw the truth of its transformation. Morgoth's corruption had been a brutal thing, but beneath it lay an older and more subtle magic, the work of the Valar themselves. They had chosen this Maya, this devoted servant of all, to be the keeper of knowledge too dangerous to remain in the light. But now, with the growing shadow in the east, perhaps some of that knowledge was needed once more. The question that tormented Gandalf was how to extract it without unleashing the Balrog's destructive power upon the world. Their battle reached its crescendo upon the bridge, but it was no longer simply combat. Each movement was part of an ancient ritual, a key turning in a lock that had been sealed since the First Age. The Balrog's flames began to separate, the corrupted fire of Morgoth peeling away from the pure flame beneath that held the ancient knowledge. By the power of the secret fire, Gandalf intoned, raising his staff high, "I call forth not your darkness, but your light, not your corruption, but your truth. Speak, Enraker, one last time." The Balrog's form convulsed, its flames swirling in a vortex of color black to red to gold to white. From its burning heart came forth a stream of pure light, memories, and knowledge taking physical form. Gandalf's staff absorbed these essences, preserving them even as the bridge beneath them began to crack and fail. The cost was terrible. The process of extracting the hidden knowledge was destroying both the vault and its guardian. The Balrog's form was already beginning to dissolve, its centuries of corruption unable to survive the extraction of its hidden purpose. In the final moment, as the bridge gave way beneath them, Gandalf saw in the Balrog's eyes a last flicker of its original being in Raker, the noble spirit of fire, fulfilled at last in its ancient purpose. Then they were falling, both of them, into the endless dark beneath Moria. But even as they fell, Gandalf clutched his staff close, feeling the weight of the knowledge now transferred to his keeping. The Balrog's physical form would not survive their battle, but its most important essence, the ancient secrets it had been chosen to preserve, would live on, ready to be used when Middle-earth's need was greatest. Their fall took them deep into the roots of the world, where none could witness the final transformation. The Balrog's flame guttered and died, its ancient purpose finally fulfilled, while Gandalf emerged changed not just from gray to white, but also as the new guardian of knowledge that had been hidden since the world was young. And in the deep places beneath Moria, new runes appeared on ancient walls, telling of how the last light of Valinor had been preserved in the heart of darkness, waiting for the day when wisdom would uncover truth beneath corruption. And ancient knowledge would return to the world in its hour of greatest need. Story 6. Deep in the ancient halls of Moria, where shadow and flame danced an eternal waltz across weathered stone walls, existed a truth that even the wisest of the wise feared to whisper. The Balrog of Morgoth, as the ages had named him, was no mere demon of the ancient world. He was a guardian, perhaps the last of his kind, keeper of secrets that could unmake the very foundations of Middle-earth. Through the darkness of the great halls, Gandalf the Grey moved with purpose, his staff casting a pale light that seemed to shrink before the oppressive darkness. The wizard had felt it from the moment they entered these halls. This was not the evil he had expected to find. The air itself whispered of purpose, of duty, of a vigil that had lasted longer than the memory of elves. The drumbeats that echoed through the halls were not war drums, he realized now. They were warnings. Not threats, but desperate attempts to ward away those who might disturb what must remain hidden. The Balrog was not hunting them, it was protecting something far more dangerous than itself. In a chamber ancient beyond reckoning, Gandalf found what the Balrog had guarded for millennia, writings upon the walls in a script so old it predated the moon and sun. These were the original manuscripts of ring lore, the forbidden knowledge of how the rings of power were forged. Not the sanitized versions that had survived in the libraries of the wise, but the raw, dangerous truth of their creation. Here lay the power to forge new rings, to reshape the very fabric of Middle-earth itself. The thunderous footsteps that approached told him he was no longer alone. The Balrog emerged from the shadows, a creature of flame and darkness, yet in its eyes burned not malice, but resolution. For the first time in ages, it spoke, its voice like the rumble of mountains. You understand now, bearer of Narya, why this knowledge cannot leave these halls. Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff. The ring lore. You've guarded it all these years, keeping it from those who would use it, as was my charge. Given by all himself before the breaking, the Balrog's flames flickered, casting wild shadows. When Celebrimbor and his craftsmen began their work, this knowledge was deemed too dangerous to destroy, yet too perilous to keep in the realms of elves or men. So it was hidden here, and I with it. The wizard looked again at the writings, seeing now the terrible beauty in them. With this knowledge, one could create rings to rival Sauron's own. Or worse. The One Ring is not the only threat to Middle-earth, the Balrog continued. Imagine this knowledge in the hands of those who would seek to match Sauron's power. How many Dark Lords would rise? How many rings of domination would be forged? Gandalf moved slowly around the chamber, his mind racing. The Fellowship waited above, unknowing of the weight of this moment. Yet you were corrupted by Morgoth. You fought against the Valar themselves. The Balrog's flame dimmed slightly. My body and spirit were twisted, yes. But my purpose remained. Even Morgoth's corruption could not break this one charge. That is why I remained here, in these depths, away from the wars and struggles of Middle-earth. This knowledge is my prison as much as my purpose, the weight of decision pressed upon Gandalf. This repository of dangerous knowledge had survived the First Age, the drowning of Baleriand, and countless battles. Should it be destroyed? Or should it remain, guarded by this unlikely sentinel? The future comes to a crossroads here, Mithrandir, the Balrog rumbled. You can attempt to destroy this knowledge, though I warn you it is protected by powers beyond both of us. You can try to claim it, though then we must battle until one or both of us fall. Or you can leave, understanding why some secrets must remain buried. Gandalf closed his eyes, feeling the weight of Narya on his finger. The Ring of Fire, one of the 3 elven rings, seemed to pulse with recognition at the ancient ring lore surrounding them. There are some powers, Gandalf said slowly, that should remain beyond reach. Some knowledge too dangerous for any being, no matter how wise they believe themselves to be. He looked up at the Balrog. You have kept this vigil for ages uncounted. I would not break it. The tension in the chamber eased slightly, though the Balrog's flame did not dim. Then we need not be enemies, bearer of Narya. But you understand none who know of this place can be allowed to leave these halls. Your companions above must believe you fell in battle, not in understanding. Gandalf nodded grimly. Then let us give them the battle they expect. Let thunder shake these halls and fire light the depths. But know this, I will return. Changed perhaps, but I will return. And this secret will remain safe. So be it, the Balrog agreed. Our battle will be remembered in song and story, but its true purpose will remain hidden in shadow and flame. They ascended together, these ancient beings, one of light and one of shadow, both understanding the weight of necessary secrets. When they met on the bridge of Moria, their clash was real, their combat desperate and true. But beneath the sound and fury lay understanding. Some knowledge must remain hidden. Some powers must stay beyond reach, and some guardians must keep their vigil, no matter the cost. When Gandalf cried out, "You shall not pass," it was not just a challenge to the Balrog, but a declaration to all who would seek such dangerous knowledge. The bridge broke, the Balrog fell, and Gandalf with him, just as they had agreed. Down they plunged into darkness, away from prying eyes and questioning minds. The fellowship above would mourn, believing their guide lost in battle against an ancient evil. They could not know that far below, in chambers deep and dark, two guardians had reached an understanding. That sometimes the greatest service to the world is not in defeating evil, but in ensuring that some powers remain forever out of reach, protected by shadow and flame in the depths of the earth. In ages to come, many would seek the secrets of ring-making, drawn by whispers of power and dreams of domination. But they would find only darkness in Moria's depths, and if they ventured too far, they would meet two guardians, one of light and one of shadow, who together ensured that some knowledge remained forever hidden in the deep places of the world. For in the end, it was not the battle between good and evil that shaped this tale, but the understanding between two ancient beings that some burdens must be borne in silence, some secrets kept in shadow, and some powers left forever beyond the reach of those who would reshape the world. Story 7. In the deepest reaches of Moria, where ancient dwarven lamps cast their dying light upon walls of forgotten splendor, Gandalf the Grey stood before a mirror of obsidian that stretched from floor to ceiling. Its surface, smooth as still water yet black as a starless night, seemed to drink in what little light remained in these forsaken halls. The wizard's reflection showed not his weathered face and gray robes, but something else entirely, a figure of shadow and flame that moved when he moved, yet was not him at all. For 3 days and nights, the fellowship had traversed the dark realm of Moria, and with each step deeper into the ancient kingdom, Gandalf had felt it a pulling at his spirit, a whisper in his mind that spoke of ancient truths and terrible revelations. Now, standing before this dark mirror, he understood why. The Balrog of Moria was no mere demon of the ancient world. It was something far more personal, far more terrible. It was him, or rather, what he might have been. When the Valar had sent him to Middle-earth, they had split his being like light through a prism. While Gandalf had emerged as a force of wisdom and protection, his shadow had taken form in the depths of the world, gathering darkness and flame around itself like a cloak. Through the obsidian surface, memories not his own yet undeniably his flickered like dying embers, the creation of Arda, the music of the Aenir, and the moment of separation. He saw himself as he once was, whole and complete, before the sundering. The pain of that ancient splitting echoed through the centuries, a wound that had never truly healed. "Now you understand," came a voice like distant thunder, and the Balrog emerged from the shadows behind him. Its wings of shadow spread from wall to wall, and flames danced across its form, yet its eyes Gandalf saw with the start were the same as his own. Every light casts a shadow, every creation leaves its mark. "We are two halves of the same whole," Olorin, the use of his true name, sent a shiver through Gandalf's spirit. "All these ages," he whispered, "every act of good I performed created its shadow in me," the Balrog finished. "Every life you saved demanded a death by my hand. Every blessing you bestowed required a curse from my flames. Balance, Olorin." Always balance. The wizard's hand tightened on his staff, and he saw the Balrog's claws flex in mirror response. "Then our meeting here was inevitable. The time has come to end this sundering. One way or another, what was split must be made whole." The fellowship waited somewhere above, unaware of the true nature of their delay. Gandalf could feel their concern, particularly that of Frodo, whose burden grew heavier with each passing hour. But this confrontation could not be avoided. It had been waiting since the beginning of his mission in Middle-earth. "If we rejoin," Gandalf said slowly, "what becomes of us? Light and shadow, wisdom and power, mercy and destruction, can such opposites coexist within one being?" The Balrog's flame dimmed slightly, revealing more clearly the ancient Maya beneath. "We were not meant to be sundered. The Valar, in their wisdom or their fear, split us apart. But look what that division has wrought, a shadow haunting these halls while light wanders the surface world. Neither whole, neither complete." As if to demonstrate, the Balrog reached out toward the obsidian mirror. Gandalf found his own hand moving in concert, unable to resist the pull. Their reflections merged in the dark surface, showing a single being of both shadow and light, terrible and beautiful. "But the cost," Gandalf whispered, thinking of his mission, of the ring, of all that hung in the balance. Middle-earth needs wholeness," the Balrog interrupted, "not this fragmentary existence." "How can you guide them toward balance when you yourself are incomplete?" The truth of those words resonated through Gandalf's being. Every step of his journey, every counsel he had given, every battle he had fought, all had been done with only half of his true wisdom, half of his true power. Yet doubt gnawed at him. And if the shadow proves stronger? If darkness overwhelms the light? The Balrog's laughter shook dust from the ancient ceiling. "Still you think in absolutes, brother. Darkness is not evil, just as light is not good. They are forces, tools, aspects of the same whole. What matters is the will that wields them." The obsidian mirror began to pulse with an inner light, or perhaps an inner darkness. It was impossible to tell which. The air grew thick with power, and the very stones of Moria seemed to hold their breath. "The choice must be made," the Balrog rumbled. "The fellowship approaches. They must either witness our reunion or our final battle. But know this, if we fight to the death. There cannot be two of us in Arda." Gandalf closed his eyes, feeling the weight of ages upon him. Every skirmish, every act of kindness, every moment of his long life had led to this choice. The Valar had sundered him for a reason, but perhaps that reason no longer served the greater good. In the darkness behind his eyelids, he saw more clearly than ever before. The path forward was neither light nor dark, but both, as it had been in the beginning. "Then let us show them," he said, opening his eyes, "what it means to be whole, The Balrog's flame rose in response, not in threat, but in recognition. As the Fellowship's footsteps echoed from the passage above, Gandalf the Grey and his dark mirror moved toward each other, shadow and light interweaving, separate no more. What the Fellowship saw when they entered that great hall would be spoken of in whispers for ages to come. Their wise guide transformed into something both terrible and magnificent, wielding both shadow and flame, yet bending neither toward darkness nor light. A being of balance, whole once more, ready to guide Middle-earth, not just toward goodness, but toward truth. For in the end, it was not the battle between light and shadow that shaped the fate of Middle-earth, but the recognition that both were necessary, both were sacred, and both were part of the same great song that had shaped the world at its beginning. Story 8. The chains that bound them were invisible to mortal eyes, but Gandalf could feel them with every fiber of his immortal being. They sang with the music of creation itself, forged in the depths of time by Eru Ilúvatar's own will. For 999 times, he and the Balrog had met in combat, their battles woven into the very fabric of Arda's destiny. Now, in the depths of Moria, as the thousandth encounter approached, the ancient wizard felt the weight of ages pressing upon him, like the mountain itself. The Fellowship slept uneasily in a secured chamber above, unaware that their guide had slipped away into the darkness. Gandalf's staff cast a soft light upon the ancient dwarven runes that lined the walls, each step taking him deeper into the heart of Moria. He had discovered the truth in the libraries of Rivendell, hidden in texts so old they crumbled at his touch, a way to break the eternal cycle, though the price would be beyond measure. The drum beats began, deep and rhythmic, each boom echoing through the vast halls like the heartbeat of the mountain itself. They were not war drums, as the others believed, but timekeepers counting down the moments until their final encounter. "You have found it, then," came a voice like volcanic stone grinding against itself. The Balrog emerged from the shadows, its form wreathed in flame and darkness. "The secret of our binding," Gandalf inclined his head slightly. The creature before him was both enemy and oldest companion, their fates intertwined since the First Age. "In the deepest vaults of Elrond's library, I found the Codex of Eternal Bonds. We need not fight this time, old friend." The Balrog's flames flickered, casting wild shadows on the ancient walls. "Friend? Have 999 deaths not taught you otherwise? Mithrandir. Deaths, yes, but never final. We rise again, in different forms, in different ages, bound to this eternal dance." Gandalf stepped forward, raising his staff, not in threat, but in illumination. The light revealed intricate patterns in the air between them, shimmering chains of pure energy that had always been there, invisible until this moment of recognition. The bonds were forged for a purpose, the Balrog grumbled, though there was uncertainty in its voice. "Our battles maintain the balance. Light and shadow, creation and destruction, locked in eternal conflict, but at what cost?" Gandalf's voice echoed through the vast hall. "How many more ages must we wage this war? How many more forms must we wear? How many more deaths must we endure?" The Balrog moved closer, its heat causing the air to shimmer. "Speak then, wizard. What is the price of freedom?" Gandalf drew forth a crystal phial from within his robes. Within it, a liquid-like starlight captured in water, swirled and pulsed. "The tears of the Veiler," he said softly. "Freely given at the dawn of time, capable of breaking any bond, even those forged by Eru himself." The Balrog's eyes, ancient and terrible, fixed upon the phial. "There is more. There is always more. One of us must choose mortality," Gandalf said, his voice heavy with the weight of ages. One must surrender immortality itself, become as the children of Ilvatar to live one life, and then pass beyond the circles of the world. Silence fell between them, broken only by the distant drumbeats, counting down the remaining moments of choice. Why now? The Balrog asked finally. After 999 battles, why seek to break the cycle before the thousandth? Because the thousandth battle is different. You feel it to the power building, the destiny approaching. If we fight again, our conflict will shake the foundations of Arda itself. The prophecies speak of it, the final battle that will either bind us together forever or tear reality apart. The Balrog's flames dimmed slightly, revealing more clearly the ancient Maya beneath. And you would choose mortality. You would surrender eternity itself? I would, Gandalf replied, if you do not. One of us must. The chains between them vibrated with tension, singing notes that hadn't been heard since the music of the Ainur. The very stones of Moria seemed to hold their breath. 999 times we have destroyed each other, the Balrog said slowly. 999 times we have been reborn. Perhaps it is enough. Before Gandalf could respond, the Balrog reached out with one massive hand. I will take the burden, old friend. I will accept mortality. Gandalf's eyes widened. You would surrender your immortal flame? My flame has burned long enough, the Balrog said, something like peace entering its ancient voice. I would know the gift of men one life, lived fully, then rest eternal. With trembling hands, Gandalf uncorked the phial. The tears of the Valar rose into the air between them, swirling like a constellation come to life. The chains of destiny became visible to even mortal eyes now, glowing with the power of ages. Together, they spoke words in a language older than the world itself. The tears of the Valar expanded, surrounding them in a sphere of pure light. The chains began to dissolve, link by link, each one releasing a note of the original music that had shaped Arda. The Balrog's eternal flame flickered, then steadied, now burning with a more mortal light. The weight of countless ages lifted from Gandalf's shoulders, the destiny of eternal conflict finally broken. What will you do? Gandalf asked softly, with your one life. The Balrog looked at its hands, now burning with a gentler flame. I will guard these halls, not as an immortal terror, but as a chosen sentinel. One lifetime of purpose, freely chosen rather than eternally imposed. Above them, the fellowship was stirring. Soon they would seek their guide, unaware of the ancient destiny that had just been undone. Then this is farewell, Gandalf said, not as eternal enemies, but as friends at last. Go, the Balrog said, its voice now carrying the weight of mortality. Your path leads to the surface and the sun. Mine remains here, in the depths I have chosen as my final home. As Gandalf turned to leave, the drums of Moria fell silent for the first time in ages. The thousandth battle would never come, the eternal cycle broken not by conflict, but by choice. One would continue through the ages, bearing the memory of these events. The other would live one final life, learning the bittersweet beauty of mortality. And in the deep places of the world, the chains of destiny lay broken, their song finally silent, their purpose served not by eternal conflict, but by the power of choice and the courage to embrace change. Story 9. Before the breaking of the world, before the kindling of the stars, there was the music. In the depths of Moria, where shadows danced on ancient stone and forgotten memories echoed through halls of lost splendor, Gandalf the Grey remembered. His fingers traced the walls' weathered runes, feeling not their physical form, but the remnants of that primordial song that had shaped all of creation. The fellowship rested in an adjacent chamber, their mortal senses unable to perceive the melodies that permeated the very air of these halls. But Gandalf heard them fragments of the great music, the song of the Ainur that had birthed Arda itself. And within those fragments, he recognized a voice he had not heard since the dawn of time, his own intertwined with another's in perfect harmony. The drum beats began, deep in the mountain's heart. To the others, they were signals of doom, but Gandalf knew better. They were rhythm, the heartbeat of an ancient chorus seeking to reconstruct itself. Each boom resonated with a particular note from the first music, calling to its other half. You remember it too, came a voice like distant thunder as the Balrog emerged from the shadows. Flames wreathed its form, but they moved not randomly, they danced to the rhythm of that ancient song. Our part in the great music, Gandalf raised his staff, not in threat, but in recognition. We were harmony once, you and I. Before Melkor's discord, before the breaking of the themes, the Balrog's fire dimmed slightly, revealing more clearly the ancient Maya beneath. First voice and second voice, weaving the themes of mountains and valleys, of light and shadow, its words carried notes of that primordial song, making the very stones of Moria vibrate in response. The others named us Ol Rin and Enmo. Gandalf said softly, his own voice carrying echoes of that celestial music. But those names came later. In the beginning, we were simply song. The air between them shimmered with unseen energies as ancient memories stirred. The walls of Moria seemed to fade, replaced by visions of the void before time, where the Ainur had gathered for the great music. Two voices, perfectly matched, rising and falling in patterns that would become the very foundations of Middle-earth. Your theme spoke of wisdom and guidance. The Balrog rumbled, each word carrying harmonies that made the dust dance upon the floor. Mine sang of power and transformation. Together, Gandalf added, we sang the marriage of purpose and possibility, of counsel and strength. He took a step forward, his staff's light pulsing in rhythm with the distant drums. Then came Melkor's discord. The Balrog's flames flickered erratically, like an instrument out of tune. He promised greater harmonies, grander themes. But his music was dominance, not creation. Control, not harmony. Gandalf's voice carried the weight of ages. It broke our song, split our themes apart. The air grew thick with power as both beings, unconsciously, began to hum their original melodies. The stones of Moria resonated with the sound, ancient dwarven craftsmanship recognizing and responding to the music that had shaped the very matter from which they were carved. 999 times we have met, the Balrog said, its voice both terrible and beautiful. Each time, our broken themes clash instead of blend. Each time, we destroy each other, only to return. Seeking the harmony we have lost, Gandalf's staff began to glow brighter, its light moving in patterns that matched the ancient rhythm. But this time is different. This is the 1000th meeting. The number of completion in the old music, the Balrog moved closer, its heat causing the air to shimmer like a mirage. You believe we can reconstruct it? After all this time, after all the discord. Listen, Gandalf urged, lifting his free hand. In the silence between the drum beats, a faint melody could be heard, the original theme they had sung together at the dawn of time. The music never truly leaves us. It is woven into the fabric of Arda itself. The Balrog closed its eyes, flames dancing more gently now. I hear it. Our original harmony, together, they began to sing. Not with physical voices, but with their very essence. Gandalf's theme, bright and clear, spoke of guidance and wisdom, of light in dark places and hope in times of despair. The Balrog's deeper resonance carried power and transformation. the strength to reshape and rebuild. The walls of Moria sang with them, the ancient stone remembering its own creation in the first music. The drum beats fell into rhythm with their song, no longer a warning but an accompaniment. Light and shadow began to dance together, not in conflict, but in concert, as they had been meant to do from the beginning. Members of the fellowship stirred in their sleep, their dreams filled with echoes of a music older than the world. Frodo's hand closed around the ring, feeling it vibrate in response to the primordial song that had helped shape all things, even the power it contained. As their themes intertwined, ascending toward harmony, Gandalf and the Balrog began to understand. Their repeated conflicts throughout the ages had not been punishment, but opportunity chances to remember their original purpose, to reconstruct what had been broken. The thousandth time, the Balrog said, its voice now carrying notes of its original beauty. Not for battle, but for restoration. Gandalf finished. The completion of the cycle, their song reached its crescendo, light and shadow, wisdom and power blending as they had in the time before time. The very foundations of Moria trembled, not in fear, but in recognition, as a fragment of the original music of the Ainur was made whole once more. In that moment of harmony, both beings understood. They need not be enemies. The balance they sought was not found in eternal conflict, but in the recognition of their complementary natures. As their song faded, its echoes continuing to resonate through the ancient halls, a new path opened before them. The Balrog's flames now burned with a steadier light, more like a forge than a wildfire. What becomes of us now? Gandalf smiled, seeing not an enemy but a long-lost counterpart. We remember who we were meant to be. Not opposing forces, but complementary voices in the greater song. As the fellowship began to stir above, the two ancient beings reached an understanding. Their future encounters need not be battles but collaborations, each bringing their unique theme to the continuing music of Arda. For in the end, it was not conflict that shaped the world, but harmony, the delicate balance of light and shadow, wisdom and power, all playing their parts in the ever-unfolding song of creation. Story 10. In the deepest halls of Moria, where even darkness seemed ancient, Gandalf the Grey stood before a weathered stone tablet covered in runes that glowed with a faint, ethereal light. The fellowship slept uneasily in a chamber above, but the wizard had slipped away, drawn by a calling that echoed through his immortal spirit. His gnarled fingers traced the luminescent symbols, each touch sending ripples of memory through his ageless mind. The runes told a story older than Middle-earth itself, a truth the Valar had hidden even from their own servants. No guardian could watch eternally. Even immortality had its price, and for every eternal sentinel, a successor must be chosen. The distant drums began their rhythm, but to Gandalf's ears, they were no longer warnings of doom. They were heartbeats, counting down the moments until the transfer of power that had been millennia in the making. The Balrog was not his enemy, it was his replacement, chosen by the Valar themselves at the dawn of time. "You have found the succession tablets," came a voice like ancient stone grinding against itself. The Balrog emerged from the shadows, its flames casting wild patterns on the carved walls. But its fire seemed different now, more controlled, almost reverent. "After all these ages, you finally understand." Gandalf turned slowly, seeing the creature with new eyes. The corruption of Morgoth had twisted its form. Yes, but beneath the shadow and flame burned the same divine spark that the Valar had kindled. "You were meant to take my place," he said softly. "Before Morgoth's influence turned you from your path, the Balrog's flames dimmed slightly, revealing more clearly the ancient Maya beneath. I was to be the next guardian of Middle-earth, taking up your vigil when your strength finally waned." But Morgoth's song, it paused, flames flickering with something almost like regret. His promises of power were too seductive, and now we are both trapped, Gandalf said, his voice heavy with the weight of ages. I cannot relinquish my duty until you are ready to assume it, and you cannot assume it while Morgoth's corruption burns within you. The very air seemed to hold its breath as these two immortal beings contemplated their intertwined destinies. The drums continued their steady rhythm, like the heartbeat of the mountain itself. There might be a way, the Balrog said, moving closer. Its heat should have been unbearable, but Gandalf felt only the warmth of recognition. The corruption can be burned away, but the price, tell me, Gandalf urged, understanding dawning in his ancient eyes. Fire can purify as well as destroy. My flames combined with your light, the Balrog raised one burning hand. Together, we could burn away Morgoth's influence, but the process would consume much of my power. I would be transformed, diminished, yet still strong enough to be guardian. Gandalf finished, seeing the pattern at last, not a creature of shadow and flame, but a protector wielding purified fire. Yes, the Balrog confirmed, but you would have to trust me enough to share your power, to help forge me anew. And the process, it hesitated. The process would be agony for us both. Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff as he considered the choice before him. Ages of warfare could end here, the eternal dance of shadow and light, finally reaching its true purpose. But the risk was immense. The Fellowship needs guidance, he said slowly. The ring must be destroyed, others can guide them, the Balrog responded. Aragorn, Galadriel, Elrond, they have wisdom enough. But this, it gestured to the space between them, where destiny hung like a tangible thing. This chance may never come again. The wizard closed his eyes, feeling the weight of his long guardianship. How many centuries had he walked Middle-earth? How many battles fought? How many hearts guided? Perhaps it was time. How do we begin? He asked finally. The Balrog's flames rose higher, but now they seemed almost joyous. We must go deeper to the heart of the mountain. There, where the very roots of Arda touch the ancient stone, we can perform the ritual. Together, they descended through halls that had not seen light or shadow for ages uncounted. The drums followed them, their rhythm changing, becoming more complex, more purposeful. They were no longer warnings but ceremony, marking the steps of a ritual as old as the world itself. In a vast chamber deep beneath the mines, where veins of mithril caught their light and threw it back in countless silver streams, they stood facing each other. Guardian and successor, light and fire, both part of a plan they had only now begun to understand. Are you ready? The Balrog asked, its voice carrying both anticipation and fear. Gandalf planted his staff firmly on the ancient stone. I have walked this earth for over 2,000 years, he said. I have fought darkness in all its forms, guided kingdoms, and watched civilizations rise and fall. Yes, I am ready. The ritual began with a single note, pure and clear, from Gandalf's staff. The Balrog responded with a deep harmonic rumble that made the very stones vibrate in sympathy. Light and flame began to interweave, creating patterns of power that hadn't been seen since the forging of the world. Pain came, as promised, but with it came understanding. Gandalf saw the Balrog's original purpose, its true form before Morgoth's corruption. The Balrog experienced the love and wisdom that had guided Gandalf's countless acts of guardianship. Their powers merged, purified, transformed. The chamber filled with light and fire so intense that the mithril in the walls began to flow like water. The drums reached a crescendo, then fell silent. In the quiet that followed, two beings stood changed. Gandalf felt lighter, the weight of ages lifting from his shoulders. The Balrog's flames now burned with a clear, purposeful light, its shadow transformed into a mantle of authority rather than a cloak of terror. "It is done," Gandalf said softly, feeling the rightness of the moment. "The succession is complete, the new guardian straightened to its full height, its fire now contained and controlled, its presence noble rather than terrifying. Go," it said, its voice still powerful, but no longer filled with rage. "Your time of watching is over. Rest, knowing that Middle-earth has its new protector." As Gandalf ascended back toward the Fellowship, he felt peace for the first time in centuries. The drums began again, but now they sang of protection rather than threat, of guardianship rather than destruction. The price of immortality had been paid, the succession achieved, and in the deep places of the world, a new guardian took up its eternal vigil. For in the end, it was not combat that resolved their destinies, but understanding. Not destruction, but transformation. Not the ending of a duty, but its continuation in a new and purified form, as it had been meant to be since the dawn of time.